we're fucking ready to go. So, welcome to the stream, and today is a Thursday, October the 7th, 2021. And we've got some more Dyson Sphere Program scheduled for today. Or rather, that's like what I'm feeling like playing these days, it seems, I suppose. So, we also have some stream raiders, and I guess a little bit of information on stream pirates, right? That's what it's called. Because I learned something a little bit new about that, so maybe we won't do it anytime soon, but let's dive right into stream raiders and get this one going today. So last stream yesterday we had a little bit of issues getting into this new map because a lot of people dropped the ball right after the boss chest, as is pretty common these days. It's nothing, no hard feelings, nothing you can really do about that. And then the first map we had to do on the last attempt had like 70 units and we were barely like 14 units, but we still managed to get through, and here we are. And the reason why I mentioned that is because I noticed there was literally just a handful of dudes here. Or dudettes, I guess we can't really tell. They're orcs after all. But I've put down my archer for now, and then we'll see who and if any pop in over time. Let's just put down some markers. And then let's dive into some Dyson Sphere Program. But before that, let's check to see if there's anything interesting going on Steam. I think I want to try and make this a new habit of mine, just to see what kind of news are out there. Dota 2 Dismantle's got an update. This is another interesting game, by the way, that I have played a little bit of for what was there. But I want to wait until it's more complete because it didn't quite feel like a game I wanted to play in multiple stages. And what I mean by that is a game like, in contrast, a game like Terraria would be, and I also did play through that so many times as it was in development, you wouldn't even believe it. Even before it was officially released. Played like a leaked version where you couldn't even craft items, if I remember correctly. Or if you could, very, very basic things. I think you couldn't, actually. Yeah, it's nothing interesting. But we did also check yesterday, so let's just get right into Dyson Sphere, shall we? And we'll see if this is gonna be what I'm gonna play all day today, but I got off, not really work, I guess it's not work, but off class early today, so that's why I'm streaming at a more, well, I guess you wouldn't necessarily tell, but it's like 12:39 right now, which is very early considering that normally the program is supposed to, states that we're supposed to end class at 1500 hours instead, meaning, you know, 3 p.m. rather than, it's barely 1 p.m. at this stage, but you know, I had to go by bus and such, so it wasn't even 12 o'clock yet. And as such, we have a good amount of hours ahead of us. So let's load up our save. And I don't know if you've been here on the last couple streams, you might have noticed every time I save, like a main game save, I do number them chronologically. So the first one being the main 2 and all the way. So we can like go back if we want to revisit what, like how we progressed through the whole thing. Just in case that ever becomes relevant. Let me bump that volume up on my end. Because I do like the background music for Dyson Sphere Program. Okay, so yeah, we ended a little bit abruptly in the middle of something last stream yesterday, which was this power plant situation. So I want to copy this over. Let's see if we can't get that done. So this maybe? Yeah, so this should do the trick, because if I do this, obviously it won't fit. And then minus, that should do. 3 and 6. Let's do 6 for now, so the robots have something to do. Nice. Hopefully this is going to be enough for the time being. These things didn't exactly have a high power load yesterday. It's like 30 something percent now. It was 20 some yesterday. So no, actually no, because they were generating about 2 something megawatts, so it's got to be around that 30% mark. All right, get rid of some of this fuel. And I know this is not the most efficient use of the fuel, but it's kind of like all I can do at the moment. And I need to get rid of it because we needed the refined fuel in order to produce other things for our logistics drones network. And we were kind of getting stuck because this whole thing was standing still. Hence why we want to try and mitigate those issues. I guess we could... Nah, that's probably going to be a waste of time, but could technically also export some deuterium and use it as a combustible fuel on like a remote planet or something. But yeah, so power generation, we have so much power generation capacity compared to our consumption right now. Well, we can also put more buffers in here. Just one more layer for the time being, it seems. But that should at least lighten the pressure a little bit. Oh yeah, we also have these here. I forgot about those. Oh yeah, that's right. This system is made so that they prioritize putting the deuterium into the tanks over here, and then only if there's an overflow it goes into the combustible fuel section. So since it did that yesterday before I had the generators built, we already got a bunch of stored here, but I guess since I just built this storage tank on top, now it's being funneled back over on the other side. But that's okay, that just means that we can get rid of all the stuff. That's something we need to see. Yeah, the hydrogen is going down. Okay, that's good. Well, not a lot is coming in either, but it's a bit random with this setup to a certain degree how how much hydrogen you end up storing in return, because a lot of it does return back to the starting point so that it can be sent out. And this is also set up so that we are prioritizing the feedback loop rather than the input, so that all the stuff that comes through on the other end have higher priority in getting back into the storage, which is very important for a number of reasons. Anyway, yeah, I don't think I want to touch this deuterium thing. It's already like really long. There's almost, I guess it's a relative term because it's on the polar, like close to the pole, so saying that it almost goes halfway around the planet doesn't really mean much here. Okay, so the other thing is we're not shooting any solar sails into space, and I want to investigate why that is. If I can bloody find the things. Should be around there. There we go. Okay, so what's holding these things up? I have a hunch, but we'll see. God. Okay, so it's this stuff, which is our graphene, and that is being stumped because, yeah. Okay. So why is this such a fuel Fuel would be the reason why. Okay, let's fix some stuff there. Wait, did I go the right direction? Yes. Because I did remember now, I made a pass through to these combustion engines, but at this stage we actually have the inverse problem, so might as well remove all of these for now. Sulfuric acid, that's what it was called. Couldn't remember for some reason. Oh, I can just hold down shift. Thank you. I forgot that that was a feature. That makes it a bit easier. Okay, so I think the idea here is that we make some more of these factories. In order to make that happen though, I probably need to upgrade some belts first. Otherwise, it's gonna be a bit problematic to copy over the design. Oh, get in. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. Why are these so spaced apart? That seems like a bit of a waste.
I don't want to set the world on
Fire! Hi, Toto. How are you doing today? Such a good song. And generally speaking, all the music in Fallout is so good. And a little bit unexpected too. I saw you were playing Minecraft with everyone else a little while ago. But unfortunately, I was not home at that point, so I could just watch and envy. And then, even though I got off class like early today, by the time I got home, you would all stop playing pretty much. Sad face. Oh yeah, I've got some new redeemables now. Some more sound redeemables. I did spend a little bit of time just as I got home looking into the other way. Looking into the creating like a timer redeemable, but from what I could see, that's not possible without the channel point system that's on Twitch, unfortunately. So there's like some framework for and some scripts you can use to make like timed redeemables or whatever you want to call them, but only for channel points. There you go. Yeah, that's one of the new ones. I couldn't decide which one to pick. I actually had a bunch of options there, so I just picked like the three main ones that I could sort of find in there. I also want to make a soundboard at some point, like Tumbles has. That could be fun, because I haven't ever messed with that before, so I'm also just genuinely curious. And there should also be a hello there one, and then a few new ones from a movie called Falling Down. But if there's anything else that you would like to see, let me know. It can be memes, it can be movie quotes, it can be song quotes, anything really. If we copy here, that should be good, right? This looks like really tight. It is, but it works. Also, Toto, remember how you said the other day that you didn't until recently know that calling someone fat was considered what do you call it, inappropriate? one of the people on the program that I'm on right now, literally today, he said, "Oh yeah, I call my girlfriend, like, referred to her as being fat all the time." Obviously, like, in jest, but then at the same time he also said, but she is actually a little bit overweight. So I couldn't quite understand, like, I guess if they can make it work, okay, but calling your girlfriend fat all the time, even in front of like other people, when you're talking with them over the phone and such, it's kind of a weird situation. I think it's language is weird, first of all, and especially being a foreign language to you, I can imagine like that's also part of the confusion. Similarly, like, I've experienced something in the same way, but I'm aware of all the circumstances and such, but there's a lot of cultural inheritance stuff going that relates to it. Like in the US, for instance, calling someone the N-word, even if it's towards your friends, if you're white, Caucasian or whatever, then that's like absolutely not okay. Whilst in Denmark, because our history with racism and all that stuff has been like slowly put, like, relatively put behind us at this stage, racism, slavery, all that stuff, it's a bit less of an issue over here. Of course, if you were to use that in a public sense, people would probably give you the weird look. But I have like several accounts of of friends of mine that call each other the N-word just because it's just something that coincidentally we grew up with, which is kind of weird. And I think it's probably because it's like, oh, here's all these people doing this thing over here, I want to be part of that, I guess. And then it just happens, I guess. Of course, I only use it in like I do it coincidentally myself, but only amongst people that are like in on it, and I would never ever use like a racial slur or anything like that intentionally to harm someone, or what do you call it, like be inappropriate towards someone. As I did say, I do recognize the cultural circumstances, especially in like the US, right? And it's funny because, well, it's not maybe so funny, but it's weird because there are other things that in the US are okay, where over here it's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, and it's mostly the other way around, but you do. Oh god. Oh, okay, never mind that. Yeah, it is usually the other way around from what I've noticed. But like, for instance, I've got a German friend of mine who's also my moderator, and you know, Germany and doesn't exactly have the best history in terms of what happened during World War II, so whenever Nazis are involved, it gets a little bit weird, to the point where in the country, like, there are certain things you cannot like do in public because it's straight up illegal. But even so, like, I've got friends from Germany that have no issue making like Nazi jokes and stuff like that, because there's a lot of inappropriate jokes in that field. And I think it's a case of wanting to like not bury the past in that sense, but put the past behind us, in the sense that, you know, we acknowledge that it was a problem in the past, and we've moved, you know, we want to move beyond that. You know, we don't want to get stuck in a situation where we end up having to tread lightly everywhere we go because, you know, the world just can't function like that. Because eventually no one's gonna dare say anything in the fear of accidentally stepping on someone's toes. And that is some of the problems I kind of see in our world today, where, okay, maybe you're being a little bit too oversensitive, or like, you know, you're maybe handling the situation in crazy, yeah, like taking it to a different level. You strongly agree. Yeah. And yeah. Maybe we just need to like chill out for a little bit once in a while and just not worry too much about all of this stuff. Like, also another example, for instance, was when I first got introduced into an online community group that I'm now still hanging around in and stuff. One of the first times me and my moderator Amo Pika was like talking there, because he was also part of that. One of the guys on the other end said some gibberish or something, basically saying something that didn't quite make sense to neither my friend or me. And the first thing my friend said was, what have you been drinking? Which is a very common phrasing in Denmark, which is kind of weird due to our, let's say, history and culture regarding alcohol and alcoholism, generally speaking. But it's still like a common saying around here, like, what have you been drinking, or what have you been smoking? And to them it was like, how dare you, basically, like, whoa, you can't just like say that. Because what if the person's like got a drinking problem or whatever, I guess. So to them it was like highly inappropriate, and to us it was just like a normal phrase, which is kind of strange. But you know, you kind of learn that way. So you know the saying as well, you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. And I think that's healthy, right? As long as we don't completely destroy each other in the process. And that's part of where like everyone just needs to lighten up and not like completely cancel culture people into the point where you don't really feel like you can get away with saying anything almost. Because oversensitivity and stuff. But yeah, it's a weird, wacky world we're living in. Alright, so we've got these logistics vessels and drones now being built a little bit better. And we have a few stations, so one of the things we need is titanium here. Yes. So we should be able to just tear that apart. This is probably a bad idea, but let me just see if I can do this. Okay, I can't. I was just about to say, oh, if I can fit this in here, it would fit just perfectly, because I need exactly 3 outputs, but let's put it up here. Still in line with the belts, just for convenience sake, but also like on the other side of this whole mess of conveyor belts. But yeah, I wanted to like make a Danish speaking redeemable today. Unfortunately, so far I haven't found a good way of doing it. The best I can think of is that I make a command. Nah, how would that even... Because the loyalty store is very limited in what it can actually do. You can do redeemables that are either perks, sound clips, or one more thing, which I can't remember what it was. And none of them really stuck out to me as being like, oh, this is like I can use this exact thing. Has idea for sound redeem, but afraid can be mean. Okay, well, you can try. Can always try, Toto. What do you have in mind? I've seen like some pretty or heard some really wacky sound redeems that some streamers have, like shut up and stuff like that. Okay, so that's the titanium plates. And that should be used for this so that we can get the research. And that means that we can actually start progressing on that end too. So that's actually all automated. For now, anyway. One of the things that's gonna get like problematic is the whole resource deposits running dry situation. Is link okay? Oh yeah, I haven't changed that yet. Let me just check up something. Where would that be? Would that be Twitch? Because I wanted to change that as well. So I might as well look at it now when there's not as much going on. .com/watch. Yeah, that works. Because I want to change it so that people can like post links as long as like I'll listen to it in a moment. But yeah, so that people can post links without getting auto-modded, like, or rather immediately denied, but so that I can allow them. Would that be settings? Stream channel? Moderation probably. Automod rules at custom, yes. So let's see, what do we have in here? Aggression, bullying, disability, misogyny, sexual content, swearing, pure profanity. Block terms and phrases. Yeah, I remember that. That was the big follows phrase. Hashtag no homo dies and I'll kick it, or also caught by automod. Block hyperlinks, there we go. Except for ones posted by you, moderators, admins, and VIPs. Can I... Non-mod delay. Adds a short delay before non-mods see messages. Any message that is timed out or banned during the delay is removed from chat completely. I thought there was a way that you could like enable hyperlinks but require accepting or whatever. Moderate hyperlinks. Twitch moderate hyperlinks. Setting up moderation for Twitch channel. Well, I can enable it, but then it's not getting moderated whatsoever. Yeah, I might be able to do it with the Streamlabs bot. Let me just take a look here. Because our factory is just doing its own thing after all, so it's not like we're not making progress. Because Streamlabs has moderation too, and maybe that one's a bit more clever. Let's see here, chat alerts. Oh yeah, that's just all the bot features. Is there a moderation thing? Cloud bot chat moderation. Oh, we've also got stream raiders. I forgot about that. We have 5 units. Might be more than fine. I mean, there's not a lot of enemies, so see that. Found it. Link protection preferences. Sounds like we won. Very good. And we're off to the next one. Yeah, we'll go for this one because I always want to go for the shorter routes. So, Toto, did you have a good time in Minecraft today? Because I didn't see that Keo was streaming, so I assume it was just like a hanging out with people kind of thing. Saw Cap was in there too. Okay, auto permit. Regulars. What the fuck's a regular? Punishment, purge, timeout, ban. Okay. Permit duration, send punishment message. Oh yeah, this is a little bit better even. That's the general preferences. Cheeseman was doing plenty of trial and error builds. Okay. Yeah, I saw he also changed the material for the statues. So instead of dirt, he used like some kind of stone. Permit duration. I wonder how it defines a regular. Streamlabs regulars. What is a regular? Oh, okay, so it's channel points related. Okay, that's interesting. Or not channel points, because they don't use channel points, they use loyalty points. That's weird though. So currency. Crap, where was that? Under settings? Loyalty. Nope. Yeah, this looks a little bit different than it used to. User management. Add a regular. Platform Twitch. So I can add people here as regulars manually. Okay. Oh, maybe... I wonder if that's a redeemable I can set up. Because I can do access code and I can do stream perk. But stream perk does what exactly? It's just like... doesn't really say anything particularly special. Okay, could someone else tell me what the hell a Streamlabs regular is? Permissions regulars. Nah. Why are regulars more important than views followers? What is regulars? Maybe. This is all news. This is so fucking obnoxious when there's like, when it's so hard to find the documentation for things. Automatic regular status for viewers. Ability to set ways for the streamer to give regular status to users automatically without the use of commands. Have it to where they have to have a total amount of hours. Should do this based on the hours you set for them. Blah blah blah. This is just requests though. Yeah. This was like 4 years ago they requested this. Interesting. Huh. I can try something here. So if I take your username, Toto. Because obviously I can't type that in with my keyboard. So you're a perfect test candidate for this. So I can add regular on Twitch. Okay, could you do me a favor, Toto, and try and post a link with the .com or whatever? Any link should do. Oh wait, did I? Ah, let me try that again. I forgot I had to I forgot to take the block hyperlinks from Twitch. That's unticked now. Can you try and paste it again? Or any other link or whatever? Because it might also not allow you to when it's like spam protection and stuff. Because the star thing, that's definitely the Twitch auto mod. But that should be disabled now. Okay, Twitch. Okay. Maybe it takes a while before it's like active or something. Maybe I also have to start and stop my stream. Okay, well, at least I've set up the thing for Streamlabs. Now I know a little bit more about it. So this is the link that you want, or the sound thing you want.
Nerd, you're a fucking nerd. Nerd, you're a fucking nerd. No one likes you. No one likes you.
Alright, Toto. I can see why you would be worried about that. I'll write that down. If I could access my desktop, which I can't. God damn it. Try this. There we go. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before I actually go back to Dyson Sphere, I wanted to add you to the hosting list that I have on Twitch, but again, like your name. It's always the freaking symbols that is just like being a problem for me. But I can go to your thing and copy paste it now that you're in chat. So that should make it doable. And then it's under settings, channel, featured content. Oh, I've been invited to Excellent Era. What the hell? What are teams? That's new. Or is it? I don't know. There we go. You has been added to the list. It's always good to have some auto hosts for the days where I forget to raid people. You're welcome. And I do like have a dedicated list and I don't just pick randoms. Uh-oh. I always thought the auto host system to be a little bit quirky because I didn't quite understand how it worked at first. That if you're hosting, if you have like a list and you tell it to prioritize people in the top, it won't like, and I understand now why that is, of course, but it will prioritize people, of course, from top to bottom if you tell it to. But say someone that's like 20 spaces down on your list, and they start streaming just a minute before someone that's literally at the top of your list, then if that person down in the bottom of your list streams for like 12 hours, then they get locked in for your host for the next 12 hours, because it doesn't just jump to whoever's further up the list, because if it did that, then as people start and stop streaming, it would repeatedly switch the hosts around and just be like confusing whoever watches through the hosts, I guess. Not entirely sure like what you would call that logic or whatever, but I understand the issue with it at least. Cool. Oh right, I forgot I can freaking like a replacing item? Huh. Ah, right, it's because it was set to 2. But I forgot I can upgrade it this way. There we go. Don't know, how many belts do we have? Oh, more than enough. Plenty. Processors are expensive. They also take a while to make. And later we are gonna need a lot of them if I recall, but that's Future Dragon's problem. But yeah, for the speaking Danish redeem, I did try and consider like some creative ways to do it. One would be literally a sound clip that's just 30 seconds long, which should be possible, I think. So basically it's a sound redeem, which is that duration I want the redeemable to last for, and then it just plays the sound at the start and then at the end, and doesn't display the sound redeem alert visual or whatever. It just does the sound bit. It would be a little bit of a hacky way to do it though, because it means that every other sound redeemable that happens in that 30-second span won't be redeemed until after. But that could work. Otherwise, I was trying to see if there was a way to trigger commands through redeemables, but as far as I can tell, Streamlabs nor Stream Elements allows for it directly. Hence why even for Stream Elements, you need like a plugin or like a third-party script that I didn't sort of encounter when looking around. That would require me to move a lot of stuff over to Stream Elements, because that requires you to use the Stream Elements loyalty store, because they have their own over there. Oh no, wait, that wasn't the problem. I'm being a doofus. The problem was that the script required channel points. That's what it was. Right. And I don't want to be affiliate just to do that either, so we're stuck without. But I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out some good way to do it. Alright. So how's the production of those interstellar stations going? The easy answer is that it is not. It's not going at all. Titanium. Oh, that is why. It's another case of you need a station for that. Well, I suppose we might as well. Let's plonk it down here though. So this one, I think. Because we might as well use that station for other stuff later down the line if I need to. Because now, you know, it's here, so. So with a little bit of planning, we should be good. Titanium plates. Local storage. Remote demand. Could also do some local demand stuff on these, or we could also double up this thing to be local supply. That's like an extra help for the other stations, though I don't. It's probably too far away, so that would actually maybe be a bad idea. Because the thing is, the way that these logistics stations they work is that there's like 3 different colors. So there's white, which is the current local storage in this building. There's blue, which is the demand being fulfilled by logistics vessels or whatever. Which is basically like meaning that, oh, this storage space is being reserved by freighters or whatever that are collecting it, right? So as it comes in, then that freighter got sent out to like supply this thing. And then orange is whenever you're supplying from a station, so whenever something is being reserved by another building. So it's like in and output and local storage basically. So that means that in essence you cannot reserve more than there is space for inside these stations. In other words, if I were to make another station right next to it here, say, and I did like a remote demand for silicon ingots, or titanium ingots, sorry, or whatever it is that we're looking for, and then I do a local supply, then I could technically double up the amount of logistics vessels that within this area transport those resources. Of course, it's right next to each other, so we might as well just use the belts, but you could technically transport into this building with those logistics drones from the station right next to it, just so that you basically have twice as many logistics vessels, because you can only have 10 per station. And if somehow, for some reason, the distance becomes so great that it takes your vessels forever to do the travels, because space is large, or space is big, distances are vast, then you might end up with a lot of downtime for your factories, because they get locked into individual vessels until they've done their trips. But yeah, you would probably just have multiple of those and then feed it in with belts. And you could also feed it into this building, by the way, with belts from the other station, and then use that as like a pass-through. That totally works too. But anyway, it's just a little trick, I suppose. So we are getting yellow signs, but how fast is it being produced? The answer is very slowly. And why is that? Looks to be because of these organic crystals, maybe. So these just take a long time, right? That is the main issue. Or is it because we actually don't have a lot of resources? No, it just takes a while. Or both. It could be both. It could also be the resources and the time. And these need refined oil, which that is probably the problem. Okay, well, how do we solve that then? It's only really one way to do it. Process more oil. But why is this going so slowly? Oh, okay, it's just being fed locally from these two supplies here. I see. So that probably means that we should harvest some oil and transport it locally then. Alright, no biggie. Transportation. Yeah, we can probably squeeze this in here. So if we do something clever, I would argue that it would be clever anyway. If we take this and we just feed this directly into this station, local demand, charge this power up please. There's some drones in this sucker. So first off, maybe not quite there, we want to hook it in over here. So the first input comes in there, and that's just currently a pass-through, but we can hook this up with multiple logistic stations around the planet. Do need some power first though. Not power first, but firstly we need power. Power first. Speaking of energy drinks. I have been taking in too much recently. But it does still taste good. And if I didn't, I probably had to take like a 3-hour nap when I got home. Oh man, also today, this morning was like absolute... Not absolute chaos. It wasn't like... I don't want to play it up too much. It was just a mild nuisance in reality, but... God damn, was it annoying. So... I go with bus every day. For the commute that I do. And... recently, ever since the pandemic started, local area's been like undergoing road maintenance in a lot of places in order to like make use of the situation, I suppose. You know, not as many cars on the roads meant, oh, we could forward a lot of build projects in terms of city infrastructure, which is fine, but it does mean that all the bus routes were rerouted along really weird roads, and as a result, one of the routes that I had to take, same as your country too. I wonder. It's almost like there's a pattern there. But yeah, so the public transit's been like rerouted to all kinds of different stations that they normally don't stop at, and as part of this program I'm on, I had to go to some places that I usually don't have never gone to. God damn it, I forget that you can't do this. So that was one thing, like going on an unknown route is always a little bit sketchy to me because I like to know where I'm going. So usually I use like Google Maps to like drag myself into the situation so that when I get there in real life I know my way around to where I need to go, because I don't like being late and all that kind of stuff. But anyways, so the buses were all rerouted to different places, which I had now gotten used to, and I was just like, oh, this is just the standard every day. But today they reopened some of the roads that were under maintenance, meaning that the public transit buses and all that were kind of reverting back to their normal scheduled course or routes. And you know, you don't get any notifications obviously, because why would you? And in essence that meant that the bus would never arrive on the station that I stopped, waited for it. And I didn't see in my travel planning app that there was like a different station that I was supposed to go to according to it, because I'm still using it so that I don't end up waiting at the station for like, you know, 10 minutes if I can help it. It's getting cold outside basically. And there was a lady walking around with like a green safety or high visibility jacket or whatever you call it, right? But she was standing on the opposite side of the station that I was at, because it's like both ways, right? And she was waving around and doing some weird shit, and then, you know, it wasn't loud enough for me to hear what she was saying. And then after waiting at the station for I think 10 minutes maybe, must have been less than that, somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes, she got over to the side where I was waiting and said in a barely audible voice that, anyone here that's waiting for an 11 or a 14, referring to the bus numbers. And at first I only heard the 14 very quietly, or however you want to put it, like I could barely hear it. So I asked her, wait, did you just say something about bus 14 or something? Yes, like if you are going by that bus, then it's basically moved back to its original route, so now you have to go to a different station. God fucking damn it. And as a result, I had to go to a completely different station, which also happened to be in a bit of an annoying location compared to where I was. So not only was I waiting for a bus that would never arrive, but now I was also running late. Yeah. And because this is like part of that whole program that I'm doing, which is for like people that are without work and all that stuff, and it's to get your social benefits. There is technically a little bit of like, you know, you need to meet up in order to show that you're participating in this, otherwise they'll take away your your money at some point and kick you off the whole thing entirely. And there's one thing I don't want to do, and that's having to start over on this program, because that's probably what would inevitably happen if you terminate the program prematurely. That means that you'll eventually just be put onto the same fucking program again, which is kind of weird because at the same time you're also only ever supposed to be allowed to take part in this program once. Of course, making sense that once you've done it once, you should know all that, you know, you were told, because part of it is training to write better CVs or education, whatever you want to call it. And the other part is doing kind of this whole work thing. I call it work thing. It's just work in these different workplaces. But fortunately, they're pretty large on that whole matter, so it wasn't an issue whatsoever. They hadn't even started when I got in, and I actually did get in barely right at the time when we were supposed to start anyway. So it wasn't like a problem, but it was just like, oh fucking damn it kind of situation. Because the last thing you want to have to do when you're still waking up while taking public transport early in the morning is to cognitively, or have to use your brain basically, you know, have to think about where you are and where you're going. Because I didn't know this freaking station, I didn't know where it was or anything, so I just had to like follow the directions my phone was telling me and then hope that I could find it. And I could. And it was also acting a little bit weirdly, because it was like still showing that I should be going to the station that, like, this is a weird thing. So it was telling me where I was, and then telling me to go to the station at which I already was at, and then somehow teleport from there to the other station where the bus actually stopped at. Because it's like representing your position with like a dotted line or dashed line or whatever, but then it's like also showing you in sort of a fat yellow line where you're supposed to go next via public transit. So the idea is you go to like this node or whatever on the map, and then it drags a line between all the stations as well. But now all of a sudden there was just a yellow line going diagonally across, like completely whack out of like, with no route or anything associated to it, and it was just like a teleportation basically. And weirdly enough, it didn't even mention that station in the list that it also shows you of the different stations that you should be going between. So the travel app is not quite like outfitted to deal with instantaneous changes in routes like this. But other than that, it's been a pretty good day today. It was like very, very short compared to what it was actually supposed to be, to a great excitement of everyone. And we did get some exercises as well that we had to do at home, but like I was already done with those exercises before I had even left. Mostly because it's like stuff that I've already done in the past, so we had to make a target list for different places that we wanted to make unsolicited applications for. And I already have one of those just laying around, so didn't really need to do that. I still made another one though for IT support and maintenance related jobs though. Yeah, I didn't wait for eternity. Well, it still felt... Oh, you mean with the bus, or do you mean for the classes? Because that's like another part of this course thingy, which fortunately our teacher has been understanding of. That is like, okay, there's no reason for us to like spend... Okay, for the bus. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm in a rather major city over here, so public transit is not, you know, bad in any way whatsoever. Everything's well connected. And as a result, the buses on those lines drive every, I think it's every 15 minutes on that line. And there's actually 2 buses that I can take too, because they both stop at the same like bus stop, but then they just go different routes through the city. So the only thing is that they kind of arrive sort of back to back with like 4 to 5 minutes in between, if that even, like, which might even be more than what happens in reality. It's okay though. Could be much, much worse. So yeah, public transit is okay. And had it been a situation of waiting for the bus for an eternity, I literally had to pass my apartment to get to the bus stop, because it was in the opposite direction from my apartment from where I actually went in order to or normally went to get on the bus. So you know. Okay, let's get all of this stuff upgraded if we need to, or we can. I think this has already been upgraded earlier. Since there's so much fuel here, maybe instead of burning it, we should put it to use somewhere. But in terms of classes though, they also have a lot of downtime where you don't really have a lot to do, because the exercises might be really easy. You might already have done them before, so there's no reason to repeat them, because the whole idea is to just, you know, be educational and help you write your CVs better. So if you already know this stuff, there's literally no reason to be there, in my opinion. Of course, the job center might disagree on that, but you know, it's just a square world that we live in sometimes. So fuel's going down that line, coming out here. Never really been in a bus because Toto used scooter, and the motorbike to cost ratio in Toto's country is very huge. I see. Over here you get a lot of bicycles, and what people then also see, that's the thing about scooters, is that scooters these days now mean 2 things to me. So there's the scooters, and then there's the electric running wheels, or whatever they're called in English, which coincidentally is also called a scooter, which is really confusing. But like to us, a scooter is also a moped. Like literally a moped. All right, so fuel gets put down there with this thing. Then it gets put up here for plastics. Yes. Okay, I have an idea. But yeah, you get a lot of bicycles around here as well. So our country has pretty good infrastructure to handle bicycles traffic in general, so bicycle lanes, all that kind of stuff. Even in like major cities, you even like Copenhagen, you have like bicycling bridges, which is kind of interesting. Literally a bridge not exclusively dedicated for bicycles but also pedestrians, but mainly as a way to connect two parts of the city together better for bicyclists, so that they don't get into like heavy motorized traffic as much, in an attempt to speed up traffic, but also to make it safer to travel around, of course. Okay, so this should work. Just need to set this up as a priority. So now we're getting fuel transported through drones over here. And that gets extracted out. And we could actually do some stuff to help this even more. Because we are like capping out on our bandwidth. Yield bandwidth on those belts. So let's do like this. We do also have a lot of cars over here too. But especially in the city that I'm in, at least, I've seen a lot of those scooters becoming very popular now. And I can imagine why, because I've heard that like if you use one of those, there's like a very good chance that you might be able to get through the city faster than someone who's driving by car, simply due to traffic being what it is. And that's really saying something. And the town city, like, it's a bit of a wacky term, because in the US this would just be considered a small town almost, but over here it's like a big city or a bigger city. But over here anyways, it's one of the major places for students to go to take their university degrees and all that stuff, and as such there's a lot of young people living here that don't necessarily have an income to pay for, like, you know, owning a car and that stuff. So the situation being that they still need to be able to go to classes and such, and that's why, like, those electric scooters or whatever you want to call them are becoming so popularized. It's because they take up less space, so parking isn't an issue. You can fold it up and taking it with you, so again, and it's parking in both places, right? At your own place, but also at your destination, which is very important since parking in this city, yeah, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, to be quite honest. So this is like a great alternative for younger people that don't have like the income to support a car. Also, you don't need a driver's license. And especially with how the city is built, all the university structures and such where people take their classes are all in like sort of dumb areas. So getting to class can sometimes be a little bit annoying because it's an older city, meaning that all the roads don't necessarily follow like a nice pattern or anything. So getting from point A to B might not always be as straightforward as in some other more newer cities would be. Especially when you consider there's one-way streets, there's streets that you're not allowed to drive through at all, there's streets that only the buses can drive through. There's just a whole lot of stuff there. But if you're on one of those electric scooter thingies, then you don't have to worry about any of it. So there's that, I suppose. Do we need more water? I think we might. Instead of just taking some of these for the other direction, we're gonna do a split here. And then we will focus or prioritize the main direction for this production over there, but then the remainder can be put through here. There we go. Sulfuric acid ahoy. This is a long factory though, so how is it looking on the opposite side? Yeah. The rocks do actually, the stone actually does make it all the way to the end, believe it or not. Huh. So that's cool. And of course all the sulfuric acid just congregates down here, I suppose. Wait. What the fuck, dragon? What did you do here? This is not supposed to be sulfuric acid, this is supposed to be graphene. Must have copied the wrong... Did I copy the wrong thing? Oh, you know what? I think I might. Yep, totally did. Even changing that to graphene doesn't work. Because it didn't have all the sorters set up in the right way. Whoops. It happens. I think it's just this, isn't it? Yep.
That's just for fun. You can keep that.
It's just for fun. You can keep that. Speaking of super racist people, the guy in that movie is like a really terrible person. But he does have some really interesting quotes though. Like he's that kind of not really bad guy in a movie sense, but still like a bad guy. But his character is just so well portrayed that it's like uncanny how freaking stereotypical he almost becomes. And then just the shit that he says in that movie is just like, what the hell? Makes for really good Unreal Tournament taunts too, by the way. But maybe keep it to like private events and such, otherwise it's very inappropriate. It's like so bad that I don't even know if I want to show the clip on stream some point when if people start asking about where it's from. Okay, so rocks. So it's not because, yeah. So it's not because the throughput is not good enough. It's literally just the belt bandwidth has been completely exhausted. So if we want to provide enough stone, we might have to do this, unfortunately. Oh crap, can I even do this in a convenient manner? You can keep that. Shit. Okay. Oh, I know what to do. It's not gonna be pretty, but it's gonna work. Oh, no. Okay. Might have to fetch that stone later. Yeah, so what we do is we just run a second stone belt along here for the time being. And then when we get towards a point where stone is no longer passing through, aka if there's any factory that's not really running at all time. So I think here is probably gonna be, we do like this. Then we just inject it there. Because you don't need splitters after all. What the? Okay. I was like, why did the drones take so long to return to me? But it's because of this piece. Also, we're not researching anything. Oh. Well, is there anything that we can? We can increase our mech speed, our inventory capacity. Let's do that. Yeah, let's just do all of these. That, okay, maybe not all of these. not immediately anyway. Let's do some drone stuff. Do I want to increase our blueprint size? Don't really think we've needed it so far, because you can just stack them and it seems fine. More mecha fuel. Huh. Oh right, I seem to remember this. So notice how Mecha Core Tier 4 requires purple research, but in order to get Energy Circuit Mark 4, you don't. But it does require the Mecha Core level 4. I find that kind of weird. Because it's not like you can research this until you do purple science regardless, so why does this not include purple science? Drone speed. This is warping, but it requires also core tier 4, so Right. That's okay. Can upgrade our solar sails so that they last longer. We can produce more power with more ray efficiency, but I think that's okay for now. And then research speed, not really relevant until you go into endgame stuff from what I recall. So I won't worry too much about it. Queue is full though. Actually. God damn it, it is technologies. Because they're information matrix. So what do you need for this? Okay, so you need this fiber stuff. Particle broadband. And for that you need those green crystal thingies. Which are coincidentally, no, they're not unlocked there, are they? No. Okay. Local government sending me messages. Oh, so that's the fiber. Where the heck are the green gems? Surely it's not like all the way over there. That's satellite power distribution. That's not it either. That's warp fuel. That's for the Dyson Sphere. Maybe I should research those. Because I can make the Dyson Sphere components, and the frame material just requires a material that we're gonna research soon anyway. Could also do this to get gas giant exploitation, but I don't think we really need that. Huh. Do I already have the research? Basic chemical, X-ray cracking, yada yada. Because there's this thing that I need, but this is the advanced recipe. Guess one quick way is to see if it's in here, which it is not. Okay. Meanwhile, we're just breezing through the other research upgrades. Is this the only way? Crystal silicon. That means I would have to go to a planet that produces that stuff, it seems. Because we can't synthesize it ourselves. Huh. I'm a little bit stumped by that, honestly. So all of this is not relevant yet. Gravity matrix. Someone just sent me a friend request. Interesting. Is that you, Toto? Person has played 421 hours in RimWorld. All right. Now I have both you and Cap on my friends list. What a concept. Huh? Oh, I had to click the freaking confirm thing. Level 71. Damn. Did you also do the Starbound exploit? Or you're just that crazy? The Starbound exploit. It's not really an exploit, but it was just fun. So I guess we're gonna enqueue this one so we can get the information matrices. But then that means I need to look for this fractal silicon. Oh, silicon, where thou at? Because there's only 2 planets in the solar system. Oh, and neither of them contains fractal silicon. Interesting. That actually is a bit of a problem then. Pirated Rimroll before, but games so good Toto went and purchased. Alright. I've pirated a couple of games in my past too. Ended up buying them at a later date when I could finally afford them. So, it's like piracy is a weird concept. And there's like no really good way to deal with it, if you will. Like, for instance, in our country, of course, piracy of software and all that is illegal, but at the same time, law enforcement has no way or resources to enforce the law in that field, so it's just kind of like, eh. The general consensus amongst my friends has been that, an understanding has been that as long as you don't upload the data yourself and you're just downloading it to your computer, then it's like fairly safe for you. Since it's a bit different when you're saying to everyone, hey, I have pirated stuff here, come and get it, versus like you're basically distributing it, versus oh, I'm just pulling down this thing anonymous, almost semi-anonymously from someone else. It's not quite the same in terms of how like law enforcement can deal with you. And there you go, Totos and Warrior Scrolls. Which games did I pirate in the past? A lot of them. But then again, I've also now like got games that are on like as retail copies, and ended up having to buy them twice because you couldn't transfer your license across, which obviously also is like, you know, digital rights management and all that stuff is one thing, but you know, once you buy a license for a particular type of software, whether it's a game or like you know, work type software or whatever you want to call it, you should be able to transfer that license to any acquisition platform like Steam, whatever you name it. But unfortunately, that is not how the real world works. So even though I've got like, well, not always anyway, sometimes you can do it. Like Blizzard is like one really weird fish when it comes to that, and outstanding in terms of the service they provide. I literally bought a original StarCraft key game, sorry, a retail copy on like the used market in like a I don't know if you have those in I assume you have those in like other places too, but it's basically like a farmer's like market or whatever the heck you want to call it in English, where it's like an open grass area and there's like stalls from all over different kinds of places, people selling all kinds of stuff, be it carpets, machinery, antiques, used stuff, literally anything you can think of, animals, whatever. And occasionally and very frequently there's also like old software and books and that kind of stuff huddled in there somewhere. And there was this one thing I went to sometime where you could buy like things at that store or stall, sorry, and if you bought 10 hard copies of something at a time, you would get a discount, and they were already really cheap. Like if you want something in terms of reference would be 1.5 cheeseburgers in general for each thing, a bazaar. Yeah, I guess that's probably more closely like it. It just sounds so much more like a bazaar in my understanding is like such an old ancient word thing that it's like weird to relate to real to current time things. But anyway, so you could basically buy these games for pennies. Well, not pennies, actually it might have been. And amongst those were a copy of StarCraft, and I basically don't even have a disk drive at this point. I did back then, I believe, but I bought StarCraft and I was like, oh yeah, because, you know, I never owned StarCraft and it was a used copy and all that stuff. So, you know, just cool stuff. I also bought the original Command & Conquer Tiberian Dawn and Red Alert, which I'd only played Tiberian Dawn as a pirated PlayStation version of the game. So getting to finally have like the PC copy was pretty neat. But anyway, so for the StarCraft thing, you could actually open up the case. It was like those old CD cases, right? We're not even in DVD era. And inside there was a little brochure manual thing, and on the back of that there was a serial key. And my grown-up brain was thinking like, huh, I wonder if anyone activated that key ever. And I went on to battle.net, and you could actually redeem CD keys if you had a physical copy. I did that exact same thing with Warcraft 3 back a while back. And I tried it with StarCraft and it worked. So I actually have like a genuine original retail key bound to my account now. I never ended up playing StarCraft, but it's just very interesting that something so old from such a weird source could still be activated on the digital platform and be added to your digital library, right? You can do that with a lot of other things, and that's also how you used to add Half-Life 2 or Counter-Strike Source to your Steam account back in the old days when that was new. So it might be possible to find like a non-redeemed version of that, though it's probably a little bit harder since, you know, you had to basically redeem the game through Steam in order to play it in the first place. Otherwise you'd just be sitting there with a code in your hands. So, but yeah, just a PSA that sometimes you can get like games really cheaply that way, because even if you were to buy StarCraft now, it would be like easily 10 times as expensive as what I paid for it. Which, you know, although it's been remastered and such, still goes to show that you can save a lot of money in weird ways that way. And you can also use this to like find really obscure games that you've never heard of before. And I also did end up finding some. I can't remember. I think that's also where I bought the original Sacred, maybe. Because there was like a lot of different, like, just super great games, like classics these days, that you could just buy for literally pennies. And not even like super obscure games, a lot of them, like, you know, Command and Conquer, for instance, was there. It was just like worn down CD cases and didn't really have any value if you didn't have a computer that could actually install the game and everything. But you can make it work if you're a little bit clever and you do a bit of Googling. So anyway, so how far are we on this research? Because I can't really do much. Because we need... This is strange matter. I'm researching the bloody wrong thing. No. This is what we need. Sorry. We need So we do need those. Yeah, we need graviton lenses, which are used for making space warpers. And we already have part of the components. We have those diamonds or whatever. And for these we need deuterium. Oh, we have all the things for this. We just need to hook it up. All right. Well, let's get cracking, shall we? So the particle containment units are here. Based on the empty belt here, we probably should buff the production up on this. Ah, crap, I forgot to use the upgrade feature. But they are still capped at the whole... Oops. They're still capped out because they need those green motor thingies. Okay, we'll worry about that later. For now, let's just upgrade all of the infrastructure around this building so that I can copy it across. Ugh. There we go. And we've had our drones upgraded too, so should be a little bit better now. Alright. Well, since it gets spit out here, let's add a splitter. Because I do believe if you put a splitter in, it also distributes the resources, if I remember correctly. Which is exactly what we need. Well, until we do the research though, I do have to refer to the recipe in here. So iron ingots and deuterium. Okay, well, question is, should I... the deuterium is up there. Because the question is, should I add the deuterium to a station, or should I to move it around with, or should I just do transport belts? Since this is like a major highway with a lot of stuff going down it, it would be a bit of a nuisance doing it that direction. And it's made in what again? I assume the assembler. No, it's made in the freaking particle collider. Oh, that's why I need these. Oh god, I remember now. Okay, well, oh, for fuck's sake. We need another prerequisite for the particle collider. Okay, so it's not as straightforward as I was hoping. We need to do this research. Freaking hell, okay. Well, let's try and do the research in the order that it's required. There we go. So, frame material. Let me just cancel that right away. No, wait, fuck. I did that. So you do high strength strength material, then you do high strength lightweight structures, and then you do the particle collider, then the strange matter. Yeah, so we did already have one of them. Okay, so that means we actually have to start here of all things. Chemical facility. Graphene and titanium plates. And graphene is up here, but I'm a bit unsure if we can put the factory in, whether we should put the factory in here. Oh, maybe we can be cheeky and put it in here of all places. Might be able to squeeze it in. Oh, you can make crystal silicons out of just silicon plates. Alrighty. I was pretty sure there was another way. So we could technically make purple science with what we currently have if we just do this research. I guess we would still need the high strength material. So regardless, we need this, and it's in the chemical facility, graphene and titanium plates. Grumble, grumble. Well, let's try and put down the belts at least. Yeah, I don't think I can though I can fit it in here. I can't fit it the way I want to. So we would need 4 inputs and 1 output. If I want to do it the lazy way. But the thing is, it's a chemical plant. And they take up a lot of space. Coincidentally, just enough space so that I could do it if I ran it directly on here. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it here if I can get away with it. So we'll just do a quick test to see if how feasible this is, and then take it from there. It's not like have to turn them this way around, but whatever. But yeah, this just barely fits. But if it fits, it sits. Okay, well, do want to hook this up to a station as well. So what would be there, maybe? So we do graphene and titanium plates. Local storage, remote demand. Local demand and remote demand on the graphene. Not that it necessarily becomes relevant, but then it's at least configured. That's like the main trick with the stations, is that if you think ahead of time as much as possible, you're going to be better positioned later, because otherwise you have to go back to the planets where you put the stations in order to reconfigure them. So if you think about that ahead of time, it saves a lot of backtracking, I guess. Oh yeah, and I can't assign it in here. No, wait, there it was. I was just about to say I couldn't assign it, but then I could. Remote storage and local supply. We can actually do remote supply too. And graphene. Do have some belts here that don't really do anything in terms of bandwidth, so let's do something here. It's a little bit of a wonky place to make such a... Actually, maybe a different splitter might be better. Yes. Okay, so we chuck that in there instead. Okay. And it's a little bit cleaner. Move it across. There we go. So we just do like the pass-through thing here for graphene. And this again is one of those future-proofing situations because, you know, anyone can see that we only have one graphene belt going in from one production plant, but we have 3 belts going out. And obviously, you know, that doesn't add up in the long term. But because it's a station, I can eventually make a remote production for graphene if I ever need to expand this. And then that way supply what increase in demand there might be. So it takes up a little bit more space, but might save you some work later having to not redo all those pots. Okay, a little bit less. A little bit more than that? Okay. There we go. So this is what we're looking for, right? Yes. Cool. So this is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Making it 12. That should be good enough for now. It's just so nice looking at the clock and then realize that if the if you had been on a normal day, you still wouldn't be home yet. Oh, for fuck's sake, Dragon, what are you doing, you doofus? I forgot probably, well, not really the most important, but I forgot a pretty important aspect of this. We don't have a freaking output on these. Can I? Oh, I can. Thank you. Or, okay, you cannot not do that while they're like in the planning phase. There we go. No? Oh, frick. Right, you can't do that when there's no conveyor belts. Holy crap, this I'm only just like slowly realizing now how big this factory planet is at this stage. Interestingly enough though, we've not really used that much of the surface area. It's just on this side of the planet it's completely plastered. And flop. Steal some of all this goodness. Build my minions. It's funny though that they can actually build the sorters ahead of time if it's part of the blueprint though. Sensing a little bit of inconsistency there. Okay, so now we're actually getting all this carbon nanotube stuff out. Right now it's just being put in here, of course. It's being produced at a rather decent rate right now. Of course, we've also used up all the... right, the graphene's just being passed through. But yeah, it's highly dependent on our graphene production. Okay, so that means that we just need the alloy, that new material, the nanotubes, and the silicon that's been processed all at one location. Now this is interesting. Why is that not doing anything? Okay, our blue science is stalled. I have a hunch as to why. Well, let's go and see in person, shall we? This is where it's all being researched. That's not what we're interested in. This is what we're interested in. Yep, no copper plates. Okay. Here. Yes. Yeah, it's literally all running off this one mining thing. Okay. Yeah, that would explain why it's being a little bit slow. First off, let's whack down a logistic station, I guess. Somewhere around here. So resource 1 actually there's no reason to process. Oh, actually I have an idea. So for the time being, let's do that, and then let's do this. So first I was thinking there's no reason to set up copper ore here as a local, or as a supply thingy with a local demand or whatever, or remote demand more importantly, because you would just process the ingots on the other planet where you're also harvesting it, so you don't need to transport as many resources. And for the time being we can also do this, so local storage, remote demand. Let's put the power up, do this, and then put some drones in this bastard. So what I'm thinking is that we do still have some local copper supplies, they're just all the way over here, but if I set up some local mines and just supply it with drones, then this has already been set up now for plates for the future, so it just gets fed in like that. But until we end up doing that, we can just hook up local supplies, basically. The upgrade thing. I was going to use this opportunity to make a few more smelters. I really want to get rid of that one copper node here. And yes, you can actually do stuff like this, and it will speed it up. Okay, let's go and get some copper though. And we don't need any drones even for this, like I don't have any on me. But I'm aware of that, and we don't really need them. So you can assign, introduce drones two ways into the system. You can have them both on, you can have them on either the station where you are demanding resources, and you can also have them on the stations where you're supplying. Pretty obvious. And that has a few implications. So if you have local ore deposits on a planet, you can, and you have a lot of ore deposits, it might be better to have the drones on in the place where you're harvesting the resources rather than where they're going. Simply because then that each like ore field, you know, supplies multiple smelteries, no problem. On the other hand though, it also means that if you only have it on the ore deposits, then if for some reason your drones are prioritizing one smeltery over the others that you might have, then some of them might start not, or basically not be supplied at all because you don't have enough mines maybe to keep up with the demand, or it's not being distributed like equally. So you kind of just have to make a choice on what you want to do, and the obvious most effective solution is just to do both. You know, have them both on the receiving and the sending end. But that's expensive for a multitude of reasons. It's not just expensive in drones and the materials required to make them, but you also need power, including the station itself. Well, that's I guess another thing, but mostly the power is like one thing. Because the drones that come from, if I were to put drones in this thing here and send it out, then they will go out, deliver the resources, and I believe draw power from that station, but then they'll return all the way here first before doing anything else. Which, for the opposite way around, I guess is more like they go and collect the resources when they're available, and then they return back and wait until there's enough available before they go out again. And I don't know, I have a hunch that they don't necessarily fill up the whole way in terms of how much they can transport, so it's very likely that they just go as soon as there's like a certain threshold for delivery or whatever. Because it seems like they're, yeah, in transit, right? So it increases by 50 at a time. So I don't know if that means each drone can only carry 50 or if it's just like the minimum required to transport. And as the structure is filling up, the drones are taking those resources immediately and leaving instead of waiting. So you're doing more trips and using more power maybe. I could be wrong though. I very well might be. Alright. Yeah, so we're getting those buffs there. Very good. That was kind of the intention, but you can never be 100% certain that it works out that way. No problem. Toto, you're getting the Musketeer scrolls. There you go. Well, there's only one way to go, and that's forward. I think I needed like one more archer or something for today. Let me just check. Nope. Very good, chat. Now it's flag bearers though. Those are like the most annoying thing that to have to put down, but I'll do it. I believe in us. Some kind of melee units to take those buffs would be any consideration. This one is like super annoying, but you can probably get away with putting down a rogue because it's level 10. Alright, that's good enough. So how's this thing looking again? Yeah, I think it's just that they can carry 50 at a time, maybe. Yeah, that is their carrying capacity. Okay, that's always something. So they're waiting until there's enough to be transported, and then they're just doing like a conga line now. This plan is looking hella cool now, though. But yeah, there's this entire dark side of the planet. Well, not really the dark side, but there's this entire section of the planet that's not used for factory where we could still build things. Including where we have our wind turbine farm, which isn't really needed. He said. Really? Is our Dyson swarm like died? No, it's doing just fine. Error? Oh right, that was the generation of panels. Right. I forgot. So our power load is being a little bit sketchy. But we have something we can maybe do here to improve. And there's that research that we needed. So let's just try and put some more of these in and see if that helps us. An epic berserker. Very nice. Trying to get this pattern figured out here. I think we've got something going that I'm happy with. Okay, and each of these, of course, will produce up to 15 megawatt. Megawatt? That's interesting. It's like no indication that we did anything. Oh, maybe it's that blue line that comes up there. But that says 540 some. What? What are you telling me, Graph? Oh, I'm in the system and not on local planet either. Miniature particle collider. Okay, well, let's see. I want to go up here real quick. Because we have our deuterium storage, which is being used in these combustible things. Yeah, so now we get a better idea of how much power. Okay, so it's just... Okay, so I think I understand it. So megajoules is how much energy is in the object, right? That's how much stored energy there is, but it can only convert at like, let's say fuel chamber generation 100%, but how does that work? So if we look at here, okay, so these have a power output of 2.16, so that's why we're producing 2.16. I see. Damn, then we're gonna need a lot of those if we want to freaking do anything. Huh. Yikes. Let me just do something here. That's going to take a little while to build, but hopefully with these recent upgrades we got, it's not going to be too bad. Unless my drones decide to do something completely different. But yeah, so one of those things that we put on the polar region can generate up to 15 megawatts, which means that we would need around 8 or something, or 7 or something of these in order to just make the same power as one of those. And of course, you know, all the combustible fuel that goes with it. Not great. And hydrogen is looking pretty still over here. Or is that just because it's all being converted before it's going through the whole way? Really? Huh. That's interesting. Why is that so different now? What the hell? I mean, it's still only about a percentage chance of being converted. Oh, okay, so, I think it just stalled. I think it just emptied out the whole thing recently. That's why there was nothing going on. But why would that be, though? I mean, there's plenty of hydrogen in these buffer tanks. So that's not the reason why. Ooh. Oh, I think I know why. Might be because these things also require power. So they weren't working at full efficiency. That might be why. Okay, what's our power looking like now? A little bit better. And again, our demand is not like super high right now. So that's probably got something to do with it. Strange matter. I love me some strange matter. It's my favorite thing. Okay. Well, we already started some of that progress towards the next things that we're manufacturing, so so we needed the carbon nanotubes for the frame material. Yes, so that's probably what we're going to do next then. Made quite a good amount of carbon nanotubes, so that's something. Now the titanium alloy, though, that's like being made all the way over here, right? Yes. Yes. And then it's being transported through transport conveyors here. It's not being split off anywhere, like it's literally just going to the production facilities. Okay. So, since there's so much space over there, maybe that's just what we should do. Put the factory down over there. Yes, let's actually do that. Oh yeah, we've got blue signs coming in again, which was kind of stalled before. These generators here, I don't think there's any reason to have them anymore, because all the fuel that I was gaining excess of and not really utilizing is now being utilized, so let's get rid of that. And actually let's move that bloody station somewhere a little bit more appropriate. Yes. Tumbling Satellite says hi. What emote is that? How you doing, friend? I hope you're doing well. Managed to get a bit of a rest since yesterday. The fuck? Down there. No, wait, what am I doing? I understand why this is not working now. Spent 4.5 hours on the dentist chair today. Oh god. Not spectacular. How got you in the factory? First off, youch, Tumbling. That's like dentist is already not fun, but 4 hours, holy crap. My factory is looking pretty great though. Did have a little bit of a shortage on power, but we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We've got our Dyson swarm that's kind of being maintained, but man, this is like, yeah. I'm working towards getting warp fuel up and running so that we can make the purple science a little bit easier, since that requires this particle broadband stuff. And there's this recipe which, if we want to use that, we gotta go to somewhere else, like a different solar system. But it's easier said than done, of course. It always is. But it goes. It definitely goes. I got off class really early today too, so I'm happy as well. Should I do this? Nah, let's do it. You wish you were not at work. Oh god, so you went to the dentist and then work as well? Oof. Can't do anything because of the pain, but you still gotta be here for some... really? There should be like some kind of law against that. It probably won't be. Local supply, remote supply. That is all good. God damn it, game. Yeah, I got off work like really early. Or rather, education classes. She was like, yeah, you can be let off the hook earlier today. You just have to go home and do assignments. Much more developed. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. I suppose. I still have these wind turbines. I don't know why. I should probably just remove them. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff is automated, and some of the things are also being hooked up now for planetary and interstellar stuff. Pew pew. But right now we are going to be making these frame materials. The question there, should I utilize the same station for this? Because we could. Nah, that's probably a bad idea because it needs 3 different materials. Where is it made even? Assembler, good. Not like we're low on space around here. But yeah, I finally got my production sorted in terms of the whole interstellar logistics vessels and drone situation, so all that's being made over here now. Oddly enough, blue science was actually stopped for a little bit because I ran out of copper. But that's pretty common to happen since you're just running off the deposits since the beginning of the game after all. Okay, so let's do that as a local and remote supply. That's fine. Let's crank up the power. Don't have any drones. Let's go and grab some then. Swoop. Yoink. What about stations? Am I running low? We are running low. Let's crank this up to 2. Don't really need the small stations, but we'll just keep them for now. But yeah, you would be further along if you didn't have your chat constantly demanding more RimWorld and Kerbal Space Program, I guess. Such is life. Local and remote support demand. And then we're gonna need... that stuff which is produced nearby. So if we do, where is it? There. So local storage, remote demand, and then finally this stuff, remote demand and local storage. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Person architect for some reason. Well, Toto's hoping for more Factorio still. Maybe I can help fill that void for you, Toto, at some point. Give Tumbles a little bit of a break. Oh, you actually want to do it again soon. I would have been sure that you would be like almost done with it at this point. Oh man, do I actually have to go here? Crap. Whoa, what the hell? Phone call. Be right back. I want to die. So I am finally back. Jeez, just making sure. Okay, good. Just thought my sound was like weird for some reason. Why doesn't my sound so? My sound is kind of weird. Weird. Oh, that was probably loud. My bad. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason my speaker sound just sounds weird. Okay, so trying to get back on track because that completely caught me off guard. I am... Oh, now I know why it sounds weird. It's because I was freaking zoomed out. God damn it. So that was a phone call and a half, and I apologize because it was a meeting with my job center, but it was over phone. Yeah, I am back. I need to put this in performance mode so it doesn't become a lag fest. But yeah, so it was my counselor or whatever calling me to do the meeting thing that I arranged for today, which I totally forgot because I've been on this whole program. But that was fortunate enough for me due to the due to the fact that I'm on this program. Kind of means that I didn't have to meet up in person. So even though I forgot, fortunately she just called you. It went well, I guess. I mean, so she went through like a list of different job opportunities that I could apply for. And she also asked into like how this whole program situation is going and all that stuff, to try and paint a picture of what's going on, right? Because she also said it straight up, like I have actually no idea how they run it out there. So they have no idea on the job center how much time we spend doing this whole thing, even though they know that it's supposed to be like a 37-hour work week. Like, that's the whole purpose of it. Like, how do they not know that? I don't understand. Because I haven't made enough, applied for enough jobs in order to get my social benefits, and the deadline is like in a handful of days. Which normally my deadline is was used to be on the 1st each month. But now, because I switched into this new system, all of those job applications are just completely voided because, you know, we just surpassed the 1st, but they check it up on the 9th instead. So that means like in that 8-day span, because I haven't applied for anything in that time span, then my list becomes 0. Yes, administration. Yes, indeed. And most annoyingly, that means that all those job applications that I did do a month ago did not count towards my social benefits whatsoever, because they're pretty anal about the date that they check the whole list. And if they go in her case, the 9th, and check and don't see all the job things, applications in there that is required from me, then I won't be getting my social benefits, which is completely unfair. And it's just a side effect of the transition from one system to the other, which fucking sucks. Because that means that before tomorrow I have to like pretty much write apply for a bunch of jobs. Like, there were 3 in there and I need 9 at least, so I need to apply for like 6 jobs before tomorrow. But I'll do that after the stream, obviously. Or I'll have to do it during class tomorrow, which also I'm not a big fan of because I'm leaving town, so fucking hell. Not happy. Not happy about that at all, but it is what it is. Fortunately, I can add 4 applications in there that I have technically applied for, but what really annoyed me about this talk is that she went through a list of jobs through their system, and in order to get me to apply for more things. And I asked her in the end, so I just apply for like those 4 jobs for you, so don't those count for the job log? And she said no, they don't. It's like, why? It's a job, you apply for the job, why doesn't it count to your job log? They were like freebies, she said. Like, what the fuck? What does that mean? I really don't understand the system sometimes. And that's how you get people into terrible jobs they don't want and or aren't qualified for. Yep, exactly. You're welcome, Tumbles. Just know that it's pretty similar around the world, I suppose. And some of the jobs that she looked into was also like, why did I do it that way? In logistics, and I absolutely don't want to work in logistics now that I've had a taste for it. Other jobs were a little bit more, not quite what I want to do in my life, but it's at least something that's better than logistics. So it was like, there are some places where they need people to do social media, basically. So managing TikTok accounts and other social media platform stuff. So gotta know how to interact with like a community and generally communicating. So yeah, don't know what to do, but you know what you don't want to. Yeah, exactly. And they just can't always figure out alternatives, right? It's like, okay, so you don't want to do this, but we gotta write something on here, they say, right? Because that's a requirement to get your social benefits. And I understand that. That's how you ended 5 years at McDonald's. Yeah, I've tried working in a restaurant, and fuck that. I really don't want to deal with the physical stress of working in that kind of line of work. I would not thrive in that kind of work environment. Epic Warbeast, thanks Toto. But yeah, it is what it is, and there's not really much that can be done about that other than say like, yep, move on. Something I do want to try though is to apply for funding for for going independent as a game developer, since I do have a game that's playable as a vertical slice and very polished in terms of what standards they're going for, and as a result I can actually even get more funding if I go pass through the system. And that's like pretty good if I manage to do that, because there's up to 3 different funding sessions throughout the year, which is the only bad part. So it might not be, you know, until a couple of months from now that I would be able to receive funding, but you know, then I would at least have something to work towards. And hopefully like the job center will actually let me do that as an activity, because like if they don't, that's just fucking stupid. That is not where that has to go. But yeah, you can apply for funding over here for that kind of stuff, which is really cool. And even larger companies like IO Interactive, which you might be familiar with, have actually applied and gotten funding through it for some of their projects. Pluck down some build, that's therapeutic, yeah. And since I'll be dealing with all this in the evening, I don't have to worry about anything right now. So, and because I started stream earlier today, I can also end it with better conscience earlier today. Silicon, high purity silicon. What are you doing, Dragon? This doesn't work. I know what will, though. Oh, need one feather head. There we go. Whoops. So if we make that silicon factory around here, should be Gucci. So let's just take a quick gander at the recipe again. There. So it's 2 silicon ore per plate. So if we build it here, 2 inputs and 1 output, then we should be golden. Let's do this as a repeatable design though. Can I even do that? Alright, of course I can, but not with only one of these. Control C, Control V, minus, there we go. Okay, let's double lane this. Flip this around. But it... Right. I know I don't have to be this anal about it, but I do like things when they're mirrored rather than just rotated. I still haven't figured out if there's a way to mirror things, so until now it's just been like making a flip version manually and then copying that across. Symmetry. Yes. Symmetry indeed. Okay. So, since we've normalized the inputs, but it still takes 2 seconds to craft, that just means that you would in theory need twice as many silicon factories. Which means you can either make them side by side and feed into the same output belt, or you can also just build them in length. Doesn't really matter. So this would be 6, 12, 24. That might be fine for now. Because if I do this, that would be 30. And the conveyor belt's maximum bandwidth is 30 per second. But since they take 2 seconds to craft the items, I can do twice this in length before the belts are filled up. Since every factory just takes a resource basically every 2 seconds, since everything in terms of throughput otherwise is normalized. That's how I calculate this stuff. Or estimate it anyway. But I suppose there's no need to go that mental on it right yet. Hey boy, good to see you in here. You off to school? And if you are, you must be just be getting home right now. Unless you're like not home but on your mobile device. You just missed like a very long segment of me talking on the phone off camera. With the job center. 10 minutes walking from school. Oh, nice. I had it the same way. It was just 15 minutes while at uni. It was very neat. High school was also a 15-minute walk. Roop. Okay, so if we chug this bad boy down here. So see, the big question, of course, is going to be, is this one station going to be able to supply the demand that we're going to have here? Now that is a very good question. So local storage, nah, local supply. Remote demand, local storage. You blueprint any of that? Which part of it? Like, I don't save blueprints. I just make things that can be stacked, and then I use the blueprint to copy that design across, basically. And if I ever need like the same design somewhere else and it's right next to, I just copy it over. I rarely ever like I do Factorio the same way, because that is more interesting to me personally. Oh shoot. Oh wait, I did do it correctly. Yes. Absolute mad lad? Not really. It means that your playthroughs are more unique because you make more original designs, and I mean, you always have like a certain way that you prefer doing your factories, but once in a while you come across a situation where you figure out a different approach that actually improves your pre-existing design by a pretty wide margin. I actually did that in Factorio like way after we stopped playing vanilla, as a matter of fact. Which is very interesting, and it's even on something that was really basic, which was harvesting of minerals, believe it or not. Found out a completely different way to do it, which was more space efficient. Do the same room world for Factorio and such, tend to make new blueprints and such across different playthroughs. Preparing a massive change in your game style. Like the way that you're playing games? And what do you mean, like, what kind of change? In Factorio and such. Rather than going for massive bus, I'll be going for city blocks. Okay. Not exactly sure what that means. Just for a change also seems more efficient. I mean, I kind of did what I usually would do in Factorio at this stage on this playthrough too. Because a lot of recipes, although they need gears, for instance, I'm actually just making the gears locally. So I'm just transporting iron ingots in through this for this setup, and then just making the gears in an assembler right next to it. And I would do the same in Factorio, as a matter of fact. And for some things, like I have like one thing that needs these engines as well, these electric engine motors or whatever. So I'm just making those locally because there's no reason to drag an entire bus all the way from my motor factory somewhere over there just for this one thing. That's absolutely insane. Basically outsourcing your production and bringing finished products by train and such. Yeah, and in Factorio it's also like making copper wires locally is much more efficient, in my opinion, than making them externally and then transporting them in, because you need so bloody many of those. It's ridiculous, to the point that, yeah, there's literally no reason to. So it's easier to figure out your belt bandwidth limit if you're just doing the plates, and then try and balance that out instead of having to send plates in one place and then bringing wire out, because that allows you to be a little bit more flexible with your factory setups. So it's always that. Assembler replicator. So this thing has 3 in and 1 out in terms of different materials, right? So the odd one being that there's of course that nanotube mesh thingy, which it needs 4 of for each craft recipe, which is a little bit annoying. Well, we can still make a compromise though. Oh, that's actually I think I could actually do an exercise here that might be worth doing. So let me just think about how that would look like. Because it's not something I do that often, but it's something I have thought about trying out a couple times. Just for the hell of it. So we need 1 output, and then 4 belts in the middle here. And then we need another factory on the other side. Wait, no, it's more than that. Which is why this is a bit of a... Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, so we're gonna need... Ah, I know what to do. So if we take 2 inputs on that side, because after all, this game has this one quirk where no matter what tier and sorter you have, they don't reach further, so we don't account for it, you can get stuck in weird ways. So like that, and this. There we go. Oh no. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to visualize how this is gonna look, because it's a little bit of a weird one. No, this is correct. Yes. So we're sharing... okay, maybe now is not a good time to explain. Let me just set this up and then try and explain how I'm envisioning this to balance out. So, the idea is that these factories have each their own outputs, but then they are sharing... Yes, and this is where it gets funky and not so pretty for some people's taste. Because I don't think I can put these across from each other. Or actually, no, I can. Okay. So it's gonna look like that, which is technically symmetrical, I guess. But in like a really weird way. And let's see. Yeah, this station is going to be a little bit weird. So we have the nanotubes here. And we want two of those. I hope we have enough access points. Yeah, we do. We'll just have to use the ones on the back though. But then we feed in the alloy and the silicon in like this. Then we'll need two more nanotubes here. Now, I don't know if it's possible. Well, it might be, but it's going to be maybe a little bit of a stretch, realistically speaking, to even supply enough resources for this setup. So, in essence, we're still normalizing the belt bandwidth, because these two manufacturing facilities are just sharing, like still sharing the same like titanium alloy belt and high purity silicon belt. And then you have the nanotubes out on the outer edges. So if you think of that in terms of this recipe here, we still have those, like one belt for each resource, like individual resource, if you will, in terms of throughput. And the main idea here is that we're maximizing the throughput of these conveyor belts in the middle here to their full extent. And the same and the same of these out here. So they're like all normalized now. And it's possible that, yeah, I could actually simplify this even more. There's no need to have two separate belts for this. But will that be allowed? See, that is the problem. Yeah, I could do it in a different way, but it wouldn't be as pretty. So this is one way to do this setup, and then you would just stack these indefinitely with the same logic that it takes 6 seconds to make one object for each of those belt, like for all the belts combined, meaning that for your throughput it's like 30 times 6 in terms of how many assemblers you can stack along this route if you really wanted to. Like, that's the max. Of course they're double lane, so it takes out less space in the long run, but if we consider this a module, then I guess it would be 6 times 15, which is a lot of factory still. But there's another way we could in theory set this up, but that's a little bit more ugly, but I'll do it just for the exercise. Because I've done factory setups like that in the past, but not on this playthrough yet, so I thought I might as well give it a go. So we need to offset this by 1. And then let me try and figure out the belt configuration, sort of configuration here. So if I remember correctly, it's pretty much like this. And then like this. Oh. Hey, Cellfire. How are you doing? Hope you're doing okay. We're just I'm trying to min-max like a bit of space efficiency here in like a very ugly factory setup. Sleepy. Yeah, you're on that time. Aren't you? You ate too much. Oh, okay. Well, food is good. Or at least I'm one of those people that think so. I like my food. Okay, here we go. Just need to connect these, I guess. Okay, so you need, if you stagger the factories like this, it doesn't look that pretty, but it does actually save horizontal space. So now everything should be normalized. So they're both outputting to the same belt, and combined they're all collecting from essentially like a normalized input, I guess. So that does have a few implications, I guess. One is that copying this design is going to be a fucking nightmare. Because you need to make some very particular belt lengths in order for it to work. What the hell was I thinking here? Fuck. No wonder that wasn't really connecting up. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't notice that at first. Maybe you're sleepy. I've been having an energy drink, so I shouldn't be sleepy. And it's only like 11 past 4 p.m, so could be a lot worse. But I did just have to go through a very, very boring conversation via phone, so midstream nonetheless. Completely forgotten the meeting, so whoops. Happens though. And these are not in there. Okay, so let's just think about this for a second. So this is what we're copying. So in order for this to be stackable, I need to remove those pots. There we go, that should do the trick. Then we press minus. So this is 612 plus, oh, that's like so annoying though. Nah, we're just gonna do a bunch because why not? Fly with other object. Oh. Wait, what? Ah, for fuck's sake. Gurk. Oh, that's interesting. So when you are you at work? No, I'm not. It was the job center meeting. All right. Okay, we need to copy stuff across again, I guess. Like so. Is that gonna work? It is. Very neat. But no, I had a meeting with the job center today, and I totally forgotten about it, but fortunately it was over phone. That did mean that she called in the middle of the stream though. And I was like, oh, I wonder who this is calling. And fortunately I didn't just hang up. Because I was like, what is this random number? But job center calls, never interesting. Job center meetings, even less so. What job center do? They're supposed to guide you and give you like consult you on how to like and help you trying to get a job. Basically, that's their job. But their job is also to make sure that you fulfill your holy fucking shit 65 units. Oh my god, this is prime time. But their job is also to damn, you guys ran out of space. I'm sorry about that. That was a bit unexpected. Not gonna lie, that was a major jump in participation all of a sudden. Where did all these lovely people come from? Holy fuck. But yeah, their job is also to keep an eye out on you and make sure that you actually fulfill all your requirements to get your social benefits in terms of money from the government. And part of that for me is that I need to apply for a total of at least 9 jobs a month, which isn't a lot, but they also put me on this activity that has been taking up all my time, so, and energy, so I've not had any energy to do actual job applications, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. So do you get some flying rogue scrolls, avoiding that monk again, or you get some berserker scrolls. Berserker scrolls. Berserker. Berserker. Okay, so we want to go for the green token chest, I suppose. Ololo. What level is that ball? Level 1. The other one's level 10. Okay. So let's first clear out the map and then figure out where to put people. If you put a melee dude somewhere around here, they might go for that ball. Or actually, no. Rogue. Do a rogue. They will go for it. No questions asked. Some melee dude to like take that ball as well, maybe. I'll give you guys some more space this time. Where else could we put down some units? Guess we can put down some extra space here, but this is like secondary, I would say. Hopefully this is enough space. Do let me know in chat if you're running out of space, by the way. If it becomes a problem, of course. The sock arrived. Awesome. The sock. But yeah, it was a bit of a doozy of a conversation with her. There's also she went through a bunch of internal job listings that they had that I could apply to through her with a separate resume that's integrated into the job center system. So it's not a sales CV like you normally do by hand. Some of those job listings do require to do that though, and the ones that did were like, oh, deadline's in like 3 days during the weekend and I'm not home, so kind of a little bit of not feasible in any way. But I did apply for 4 jobs through that system, but apparently those do not apply to my job log in terms of my job search and what's required. So I still have like 6 jobs that I need to apply to before the weekend. aka tomorrow, because I'm already leaving tomorrow. So that's a little bit of a doozy, but I will survive. Whoa. Oh, I'm out of power. Oh, it's because they're fucking flying half a mile across to build this factory. God damn it. Well, while they do that, let's take a look at this stuff. Let's return to this and do some research here. Because there's a lot of stuff in here that I kind of just canceled as fast as I added it, because I realized we needed a bunch of stuff in order to even continue building our factory. Yeah, Q fuel. Full. Full. Low power. Need a charging station around here. This might be good. Hello? There we go. Much better. Oh yeah, by the way, boy, regarding Stream Pirates, I just read my mail today and saw that there was one from Stream Captain, and they talked about feedback regarding Stream Pirates. And I read there that and I understood from it that Stream Pirates is like session based right now, because they're doing test sessions, so I don't know if it's gonna be like something I want to really mess with, because I would have to plan it out in advance to make sure that on the day that we plan doing Stream Pirates as a test, it's actually possible, since the current like testing period is apparently ending. Yeah, you currently can't play. Yeah, I seem to understand as much. God damn it. So I was too slow. Okay. So that's one thing. That's the frame material. We needed that for the strange... No, not the strange matter. We needed that for something else. What was it again? Maybe in the future. Well, the thing is that since they're ending their test period, maybe it's close to being done, and we don't even have to worry about it. But you know, hard to say. Oh, I remember now. It was for the bloody particle collider. Well, graphene and then those. Do we even have graphene on our thingy here? Hard to tell. Well, we have some graphene here, but it's like dipping in here and then around, and it's like sneakily coming through two factories there. But if I need to use it here, it would be in the opposite direction, so splitter time, I sense. And let's use this station actually for these. So local demand. Let's give it some drones. Grab. Let's do graphene, say local storage and remote demand. What if I do local demand? Okay, that's fair. Pretty sure all the places I'm using graphene is just coming through with belts. Gotta admit, I've lost the track a little bit, but just a little bit. Okay, so what would be the... I think this might be the most elegant solution. So we feed that in there. Feed that back in here. And then we raise it up so they can go in the opposite direction. Left way around, let's do that. Then we can do something sneakily. Double up as a storage on this one. Particle colliders, where are you? This thing, it looks very similar. Some of these buildings look like very similar at a glance. It's like a spiral with like a spin pole at the end. We also need the T3 engines. Okay. Don't think it's being moved into this plot here. No. Iron also looks to be short in supply, aka non-existent actually. Well, the blue engines, they are over here. Yeah, I want to avoid certain things if I can. Let's do this. And then just raise this belt up. And hope that I can like thread it underneath here. Yep. Of course, it does mean that we need to have designation for those. Or for now, we can just literally say remote storage. We can actually do remote demand, so that if we ever make these on a different planet, then they can also be put in here. Though probably never going to be relevant, but you know, it's here. So it's 5 different resources needed to make these, which is why it's such a freaking pain. So I think the best approach that I can come up with is to do this, as a matter of fact. Because I'm not making those particle colliders by hand. You don't know me well enough if you thought that would be the case. There. Okay, so let's get it all hooked up, shall we? Mecha sail speed. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with these belts taking up a bit of space. This entire area of the planet is just dedicated for building, or yeah, manufacturing structures anyway. So, no problem. Eat it. Just eat it. Eat the resources. You resource hungry son of a bitch. This is gonna take a while. How many did they need? 50. Holy fucking shit. Okay. I cannot emphasize how expensive that is. We have 1, 2. And these are like freaking massive as well. Bonk. And you can use these to make deuterium as well, but from what I remember, this is just really unnecessarily expensive. It's more space efficient and easier to set up. Or faster to set up, maybe, but yeah. So, strange matter, this is what we're going for. You have another objective before that, though. Because this iron ingot supply is pretty dead. It's also being used for a lot of things, so considering it ran on T1 belts still, it's no surprise. Well, for the time being, I guess we can just upgrade what we have. Does add a little bit more, but not a lot. Now the question is, what do we want to do in terms of plates? I think I have an answer. It's just a matter of trying to fit it in is all. If we do this, it should fit. Uh-oh. This one needs iron. That means we do number 1 as iron. And then do the other one as number 2. Do remote demand. Actually, we can also do local demand. In case that ever becomes relevant. Don't think it does. But it's there. So this is just like a buffer storage for all intents and purposes at the moment. Mm-hmm. Why is this belt going so slow? What am I missing here? Oh, there was like one belt all the way in there. The actual fuck. Okay, this is more like it. Well, then the question is if we should go and set up remote production of iron and copper ingots right away. I think we might as well, since we're kind of running low on local supplies anyway. Just trying to find my way around there. Now we also have all the logistics vessels needed to actually do what we need to do next. Don't know if we're producing enough power though. That's a bit of a thing that's up in the air at the moment, but I guess there's only one way to figure out. Okay, do we just need foundations? I think so. Since we're doing this and smelters on the same planet, let's just take a bunch extra with us. Anything that we're not using we can just deposit before we leave, or take back with us, I guess. Should be fine. And all the while we're doing this, you will slowly get those particle accelerator thingies. So we just need some fuel and then we should be able to get over there. Don't want to run into the same situation that we did yesterday where I started flying somewhere and then I didn't have any fuel on me. That was pretty dumb. I'm in space. Here. Oh yeah, it's the planet that I'm on, damn it. Don't want that distracting pointer going back here. Okay, so how much power are we generating on this sucker? More than enough, seemingly. Should be fine. I mean, we're just going to be charging logistics vessels and smelting ores, really. I guess that means there is some value in just making long ass conveyor belts instead of using drones to transport things locally. Because each drone you do need to recharge, whereas conveyor belts, that's for free. But I don't know. Might also be that it doesn't even matter. So we'll just set it up with the drones. I mean, we gotta use our Dyson Sphere for something, right? Let's charge this thing. So how much does that... Yeah, that impact... That's like where all the power is going from me pulling this charge thing up, because 60 megawatts is a lot. It's a lot. Okay, so over here we already have titanium. And there's a couple of iron deposits here, so it might be worth doing the smeltery around where the majority of the deposits already are located. I mean, we might not even need to use that one that I just built, because these are probably going to be more than adequate. Ah, frick, I forgot to bring foundation with me. Oh well, we'll just use our special move, apparently. I've been told that it's a weird one. This was from the last time I was here. So we have plenty of stuff around. Oh, dig in. These nice big fat juicy mineral veins. Come on, I saw it was blue. The colliders for these things are really weird. Okay, so production smelting facility. So if we build in this direction, should be good. And if I go up here before I start the factory, then I don't even need to worry about those silicon veins. Ah, god damn it, we've run out of dirt. Freaking soil. And I don't think there's really that much on this planet. This is gonna be a bit problematic, I guess. Give me the soil. This is a good starting point, though. God, that uses up the soil so freaking fast. I'm pretty sure that because the lava is so far down, it uses up way more soil as a result. If you compare it to like the water on the lush planets. Don't sand so close to me. Collect at least 4 million units of sand in the game. Oh god. Oh, and we're out of foundations. The puns. You get more soil with bigger brush. No, that's not true, Selfire. That is not true. You use more foundations with a bigger brush. You don't get more soil though. We already tested this yesterday. The thing that gives you soil is how much you're manipulating the terrain. So if you're lowering the terrain in hilly areas, that's what gives you soil. And if the hills are larger, you get more soil. So on some planets you get like these larger rolling hills kind of setups, which provide you with more soil than on other planets because they're just higher up. But similarly, on places that are deeper, they also seem to use up more soil. And it doesn't matter if I fill out the whole thing with foundations, because putting down one foundation raises or lowers the terrain in a pretty big radius around that point, so it's more efficient to do it this way. Yeah, but you're just using more foundations. And it's not like you're flattening more, but not really. I can show you what I mean in case I will make you a believer. Oh yeah, right, I should maybe switch screen. Here we go. Geez, 65 units again. It's just the prime time for stream raiders right now. I have actually contemplated completely turning off the stream raiders music because for the most part I play all my games in window mode, like borderless window, so that it's easier to capture it on the streaming software. And that unfortunately means that music from the games continue playing even though I'm on a different window. So instead of having the music overlap, I think of like doing some stuff there. Boy, you get some coins, and Toto gets a couple paladin scrolls. Do you do game capture? I think so, but the audio is my desktop audio. So that's where the problem lies. I would need to like do a virtual audio cable setup in order to somehow make it work, and I've tried getting it to work, but I couldn't quite figure out what to do about it, and ended up just canning the idea because it was more work than it was worth it. Seemingly, anyway. Total getting all the rewards. Let's see what we're saying. Doing one tile thing and then made big brush and got lots more when you were playing. So you can literally see, like, actually, like, I consume soil if I want to put it here. It's like very little soil though. So let's try and see if we can do some investigation here. So assuming that my strategy actually does not impact anything whatsoever, then this tile here right next to it should still give me 280 soil, 18 soil if I put down a tile here which provides 276. And this should only provide me with 276. But that's not the case. So it does provide me with the number that it says, but it does also lower the amount of dirt in the nearby tiles by a very significant amount, right? Like down to what? Less than a tenth, basically. So, so it is still more efficient to do it this way. If you don't want to use foundations. Sure, you can get more soil, but it's not worth mentioning. So like, I would only get like 350 soil from filling this entire area out with foundations, is another way to look at it. And recall that just before putting down a single foundation gave me almost like over 200, right? This is way more than one, so the strategy is pretty solid regardless. Of course, you know, it's gonna vary depending on where you're doing it, but assuming that it would actually be, oh, I ran out of foundation, more efficient to like completely fill it out, then that would always be the case, and it's not the case. Yeah, but I didn't till it out completely, and that's what you're talking about. Or titled it. And I didn't completely tile it, that was only like a handful of places, right? So let's try and see. So out here there's an area that I haven't touched whatsoever. Right? So if I take this up to the max, right? So that's 2,800 soil if I do the whole thing. Now it's already only 650 something. Now it's like 50. So I didn't even fill in half the area with foundations and already got like the majority of the soil. That's the main takeaway, right? So the thing that you're saving here is foundations. And that leaves you with more foundations that you can spread over a wider area, in turn making more soil. So yes, you're not harvesting all the soil, but you hardly ever will. So So I hope my point gets across. I'm not trying to like convince you, but I'm just showing you how it works. Because that's also in turn less power you need to produce in order to make the foundations, and in turn requires you to use less resources to make the foundations, requiring less factories and so forth. So it's not like always that easy to sort of illustrate, I guess, or yeah, I think you get the point. Okay, so factories, and it was around here. Okay, a little bit more out. So if we start them from here, then I'll be happy. Since this is like, you know, a completely empty planet more or less at this stage still. You have all the space that we would ever want. So let's just set this up. Iron pilaten. Pilates. And yeah, let's just copy. Oh no, I can't do that. God damn it. Looks like one tile is more efficient. Alright. What makes you say that now? Just what I was showing or something else? Yeah, you can, to a certain degree. You can stack them, but it's because I needed to mirror this, so I couldn't just copy it, because then the belts would have gone the wrong direction from what I want. Like, it would still work, but not the way I wanted it to be. So iron plates and iron ore. Remote demand, local demand, and then local and remote supply on plates. Should be okay. So if we get some drones and stuff in there. Ah, from what I showed, yeah. Yeah, I try to be like as thorough as possible when I'm investigating things like that, because misinformation is like a fairly unfortunate common commodity these days, and I prefer, or I personally do not like being misinformed, so that's also why I'm not shy for like trying to double check things. Because it's healthy to be wrong, right? Since how else are you gonna improve than by learning from your mistakes? Whoa. Hmm. And I could be wrong. it's sort of the same reason why, as much as possible, I always try and clarify that it's as far as I know and stuff like that, right? Yeah. Or say like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Selfire. I've already tested this like 1 billion times and stuff. And like I could show you, but I don't need to prove you wrong, that kind of stuff. That kind or mentality, I suppose. Sometimes though, I have had like a couple situation where some individuals did not want to listen to my experience at all and give it a go. So if you're in the midst of something where time and reaction speed is of the essence, then I don't want to hear any like argument when we're playing together and I've played the game like, you know, for several years, for hundreds of hours, and this is your first time playing and it's online PvP related because you just don't have the time for it. Then you can always take it up afterwards and then ask questions and question, you know, your approach, in generally speaking. But in the moment you just have to act, right? So there's always two sides to that situation. I have to sort of estimate this. Okay, so I was against 6, 12. God. 18. 24. 30. Because that should be the maximum bandwidth for this. Since 30 items per second per belt. Just have a default smelter blueprint, lol. I mean, this is like as big as a smeltery that you can get with these regular smelters. That's a 60 per minute. No, that doesn't matter. I never look at that whatever per minute thing because that's so fucking useless. All you need to really think about, or I usually think about, is belts can carry 30 items per second. So if you can make 30 things per second, then you're good, which just means in this case 30 smelters. And since it's a 1-to-1 ratio, then it's one belt on either side. Easy stuff. Yeah, I know. I haven't really saved any of the blueprints because, and it's not been until now that I've been able to make these, or needed these massive setups anyway. But I guess we might as well save this whole thing, since I'm gonna use these a lot. That being said though, it wasn't always possible to do this. When I did my first save, I had to do all these manually. The only thing I could copy was the material that was produced. All the sorters and belts had to be put down manually. So this is already a massive improvement. Save blueprint. So how does this work? Smelter. Let's put a smelter in there, I guess. Oh, not allowed to put in colon? Invalid file or path name? What? Are you serious? Fill in blueprint name. It will save the blueprint files. Fill in. What? So why is it complaining? Why does it say invalid? What? Yeah, but okay. So what? But I didn't have spaces. This is all one word. It still says invalid file or path name. What? Okay. Fucking dumbass. What? Save changes. But I did. Oh, maybe that was invalid too? Is it because... So it's just invalid path names, probably because of that. Yes. Okay. That's annoying, but it makes sense. This is probably just a file name. New blueprint. Oh wait, so this can probably be... Right? Yes. That is why. Okay, so this is the in-game display name and this is just the location. I get it. I get it. I get it now. But yeah, on my first playthrough, it's like now I would have to build my next smeltery and my next manually. that was not a good time. I'm gonna be quite honest with you there. It was not a good time. Let me make sure that I actually did count this correctly though. So if I just do this, yeah, so that is 30 smelters. I guess that's an easy way to count it. So this should be balanced as far as I can tell, assuming they get enough power. And I guess the easiest way to figure out is if you've got like a smooth output and input, then you're probably fine. Now it's standing still though. Mini mouse clicks level. Yeah, it took forever to do, which is also why I ended up taking a break from it back then, because it was just like you don't want to do it. But it was like necessary in order to continue playing the game. And fortunately, it was one of those things where it's like you can see the goal on the horizon, you know exactly what you need to aim for and what you need to build in order to get there. And you know that it's just a milestone to get further in. But holy crap, was it time consuming and boring. Yeah. And I know multiple people that did the same. For the same reason. Okay, so we're doing remote supply and of these iron ingots now. Okay, well, we've also got copper. So the question is, there's copper over here, there's 4 veins. We have several million, but I don't have any soil or foundations. That's the main issue here. So I might not be able to put it in the factory, so let's see. Okay, where is that our home planet? No, it is not. Wait, what? How close together are these planets right now? Excuse me? Oh no, okay. I was just about to say that. Yeah, that is the gas giant. I was just about to say. Freaking naming convention of these. Yeah, I agree. Making the factories for the electric engines was a bit of a pain in the ass. That was probably one of the worst, just because like there's 3 tiers of electric engines or whatever you want to call them, and they all require so many of the previous components and other subcomponents in order to be made. It was terrible. It was very, very bad. But that's behind us now. Epic tiny lollipop flag bearer. Oh god damn it, I forgot I was supposed to put down flag bearers. Crap. Oh well, whatever. It's just Dream Raiders. It doesn't really matter that much, does it? Just make sure we have enough of this stuff though. Because since we use 30 smelters per lane, and there's 2 lanes, that's already like a little bit more than a stack. I hate that game. Oh really, Cellfire? They sold your email for spam crap? I'm sure it's them though. I did just hear or read some stuff about Twitch and something they leaked a bunch of stuff, forcing everyone who is streaming directly to Twitch to renew their stream keys. I'm not doing that though. I'm streaming towards Restream, which then handles the rest, so I didn't have to do anything myself. But that is a thing that did just happen literally today. Yeah, I think we need to do this. While we're here. God, I forgot. Bowls. Forget that you're supposed to use the bloody upgrade feature. Oh well. It's fine. There we go. Okay, let's head back to the other planet, right? So it was just this and foundations and stuff. I mean, you can, that's what I did. You don't need T1 stuff to use the upgrade. What did I say, T1? You don't need T2 stuff to upgrade from T1 to T3. Unless you're talking about manufacturing, which is a little bit of a different story. But I've not put down a single T2. I've never had a single T2 in my inventory apart from when we researched it, so... But is that what you mean though? Like, are you talking about... You don't need the intermediate stuff other than for the manufacturing process. So in here in the upgrade, you notice how it says +2, so you can use arrow up and down. You can also click through it. So if you say +2, then it just upgrades it straight from T1 to T2. So So that is definitely a thing. But yeah, it might be something. I mean, I don't know when it was implemented. Yeah, because I was thinking the same way, like, oh man, I don't want to have to like make T2 just to make the upgrade process. And then I figured out that you could do that thing. Because yeah, otherwise it would be a bit of a problem. Because I don't even store T2 sorters or belts. They get chucked directly into the thing that makes T3. So... because I've had no reason to, right? Because by the time I could make T2s, I was already ready to make T3s at the same time. So then you might as well just make T3s, right? I can't remember if it's the same thing with Factorio. If you can go ahead and do that there. But then again, if you're playing with mods, that's like a bit of a moot point, because then there's way more than just 3 tiers, possibly. Yeah, you can skip it. I don't know if it's as easy as with something like Dyson Sphere Program, though, because with this game, of course, you don't have enemies to worry about yet. So it's a little bit of a different story in terms of pacing. Yeah, you can swap anything for it, yeah, but I mean, like, in terms of manufacturing them, not putting them down. Yeah, I know. But it's still manufacturing. That I was talking about. But then again, stream delay. So copy. Oh, okay, you can just double click. Nice. Now this is a power play, or whatever you want to call it. I guess we could just chuck it right next to the factory. Or, not factory, sorry, the logistic station. Because then I can also... I guess we could just... Do I want to like save the blueprint with the logistics station? That is what I'm contemplating, because then I don't even need to configure this thing, I assume. Which would save a little bit of time, I suppose, but most importantly would leave less room for error. Remote supply, local demand, and remote demand. Give us some of this stuff. Oh, shit. I just realized something. Huh, I'm a dumbass. Huh. How would you do this? I just realized this whole factory is set up for iron plates, and if I want to change it, I have to do it one at a time, right? Is there a convenient way that I can do that? You just change one? I mean, I know I can change one and then Control C it, but... Oh, you can drag it? Yeah, you can only do that when it's built, though. Whoa, what the fuck happened in stream rate? What are you guys doing over there? Jesus. Boy. You're underperforming for once. What is this madness? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, that's a lot of people. It's around this point where it's like, curse doesn't really do much. Jesus. That was the easiest way you found to change whole array. Okay. I think it might be. And then I guess I would just make like presets for the different materials or something. Does it really matter though? No, not really. Because you still have to be around for the drones to build the factories, so it's not really like having to do it manually changes much. Like, it doesn't really save you that much time. Yeah, exactly. You're getting some Berserker scrolls. Boy, you get a Rogue scroll, Flying Rogue scroll, and Angel Kitten gets some Paladin scrolls. Okay, well here we have loyalty token chest, so please don't fuck me in the ass. Because now we have like an insurmountable force if we're not enough people. I know I should put down something else, but I'm putting down a Templar, goddammit. Making sure that you guys have enough room at least. Everything else is pretty much up to your choice. Total bathing and all those rewards. And an epic artillery. That's gonna be useful. Gonna get a lot of kills onto your track record on this one. But yeah, maybe it might be better to just leave the blueprint empty though. Then I would need to copy paste the setup without things, and that's annoying to do. Is it? No? Can I do this? Will this still work? Ah, okay, thank you. Thank you, game. Can copy over a blank recipe. Yeah, screw it, let's do it with the station. That way everything is hooked up. It's just not going to be configured at all. Oh, right. Slot 2. Slot 2. You slut. Or I mean... So if we copy this... So if I save this in here, can I paste it in? No. Or, no, it wasn't. Okay. Oh, right, because this is the text. There we go. So if I save that... Oh, it changes everything? Oh, god damn it. Fine. Smelter. Okay, it saves the name of the file path, and that's pretty much it. Smelter 121. There we go. So this one is going to be for copper plates, of course. Copper ore in, copper plates out. Here we go. Oh, I should probably have configured this. No matter. Low power, low power, low power. Oh god. Is that because, is the Dyson Swarm like dying out or something? No, it is still being added to, but it's maybe just not enough anymore. I also got an achievement for doing that whole blueprint thing. But we'll probably do the loyalty skin chest, and assuming that everything goes well, I will end the stream there. So do put in an effort, everyone. Since I am getting hungry, and since I have to do those stupid job applications today, and not like starting of next week, Monday, where I actually have time to do it, I unfortunately have to end the stream a bit earlier so that I don't end up getting like a brain meltdown. Even just thinking about that was hard. Well, as long as you're having a good time, Toto.
Ain't that a kick in the head?
Every time. Every time. Every day.
That's life. That's life. That's what all the people say.
I'm glad you like the 60s music sound bites, Toto. That's really nice. It's really nice. Now. I'm not that far gone yet. Mm-hmm. Come on. Come on. God damn it. Put down the mining machine. Come on, do it now. Yeah, I go a little bit Arnoldy whenever there's something that just doesn't work. Okay, they're connected. Whoa. I failed that save. Connecting up the dots. I swear a kindergartner would be freaking pro at this game. Assuming someone actually just showed them where to put things. I feel like I'm running out of space. The belts, that is. Oh, nah. It's just fine. This is fine. Excellent. Mwahaha. Alright, so now we're getting the two most important basic resources, iron ingots and... Oh yeah, we're not even smelting this stuff here. We should actually just be smelting this here, to be quite honest. Oh yeah, that is the issue with how I've set it up though. Because the smelters just go directly in, so... I have an idea. Assuming, of course, we've got the space for it over here. Now that I think about it. Getting the, oh wait. We need a different setup for silicon ore, don't we? Not that one. Yes. We do. But that doesn't mean we can't use the blueprint that we have. We just have to be a little bit creative with how we use it is all. Geez, so many epic units. Well, we're probably also gonna need it. Thanks for the help. Okay, so... yes. Awesome. Uno. Dos. Tres. And cuatro. At least that's about as far as I can do that, I suppose. Oops. Control set, control set. Okay, so this is being fit in here. And so if we do this, it should be fine because it's only set to remote supply. So if we do remote demand on those two things, it's okay. Because that means that if at some point the silicon deposit here, they run dry, I don't have to literally change anything about this setup. At least that's the idea. And there goes all the power temporarily. But yes. Did mention that we do need to make a little change here though. Which is literally just this. Or not just this, that's maybe an understatement, but we just need to add a second belt. And double the length of the factory. Right? Yes. So instead of 30 smelters on either side, we need 60. Which might actually put this in a bit of a dumb spot, now that I look at it. But we can bury some of the iron veins if needed. Can also just leave it as is, because this should be more than enough for our current demand. Oh crap. Charge me, please. Give me the power. Just like imagining this giant mech just hugging one of these energy pylons like, I'm running out. Don't leave me on this desolate cold... Actually, this is not a cold planet. This is a desolate warm planet, isn't it? You know what I mean. Actually, does that also work? It should work. I don't see why not. Yes. Yes! It works. Okay, so making this modification is actually going to be a breeze. Because I can just drag it along just with... just as you're doing with everything else. Nice. Well, while that does its thing, we have some of this stuff that we want. Cargo stacking, let's try and get that. Don't necessarily think this is ever going to be relevant with the way that I'm designing my factories, but we're doing it anyway now. I should probably research this like much sooner though. Ray transmission efficiency. But we're not. Here we go. Well, for the time being, this is okay. They're only using up half bandwidth, but it's still pretty bloody fast. Oh, minimum load of drones, there it is, and vessels. So if in some cases I want them to only transport when they're fully loaded, then I set that to 100%, huh? Good to know. Now the real question is, will you have enough terrain to even build a factory this long? I think we're okay. Yeah, I did just realize that we could... Oh god. Oh god, it doesn't center the placement. Oof. That's annoying. Ah, you mother clucker. Ah, get out of my face, game. So there we go. Now, of course, due to the way that I copied this across, I do need to just connect these up. That's a small price to pay. Awesome. Ah, crap. I also forgot about the freaking power in the middle, didn't I? Okay, so those you actually cannot drag, select, or drag place. Interesting. It's not too terrible though, doing it manually. After all, the bots still need to put down everything else. Did I fuck this up? I fucked this up, didn't I? Yes, I fucked this up. Okay, maybe they were slightly bad to put down, because I clearly didn't do it right. So right here is the problem. Irk. It's kind of funny though, like in Factorio you can drag power pylons, so I don't see why you shouldn't be allowed to do that here. Or maybe it's because... Nope, you just can't drag. Very well. So what's the belt looking like in the other end? Because that's what we're interested in. Yep, looks pretty stacked. It's a bit hard to see, but it's definitely looking pretty good. Okay, well, so that's 3 things sorted, and we already had titanium before we got here. Awesome sauce. Is there anything else on this planet that we want? I mean, there's stone, which... How much of that is on this planet? Only 1.3 million though. So even though it does exist here, it's not like in large quantities. But something else that the planet might also do for us later is to act as a firing platform for the solar sails there. And boy, in here with a... Hey, wait, what? Oh, another epic artillery. Holy crap. Okay. They're gonna be blasting them back to the Stone Age at this day, at this speed. There's not that much traffic going across, considering how many interstellar vessels are actually in the system, so that's pretty good. Sark wasn't ready yet. Well, can't always depend on the Sark. Okay, so we're back. Okay. So the reason why we needed that was because the main factory up here was running out of iron. And that has now been fixed. Since we're taking it in here. We're still producing it locally though, out of whatever resources whenever, if there should be a need for it, but literally anywhere that we're using iron ingots now, we can sort of request them that way. No T2 assemblers on me? Okay. Peculiar. Oh, I know why. Not because I don't have any T2s, it's because this thing has to be set to one upgrade, otherwise it's like, oh, you're trying to upgrade it to T2, but you don't have the mats to do so, obviously. I wish there was like a upgrade everything feature somewhere that you could like have localized construction drones and you would feed them resources into like a construction base or whatever, and then you would mark which things you wanted to be upgraded as like a huge, you know, just selection area instead of doing this. Because as far as I know, you can't like drag select this, so you still have to like, for these factories, actually what am I doing? I can do this, right? Okay, I forgot. Okay, I guess that's the most optimal you can do. That's probably not too bad considering the upgrade is instantaneous, which is a little bit weird, but don't complain. Should definitely not complain. How's this research situation? Because all the blue research is stacked. Red, how's that going? Not too hot. Okay. It's hydrogen, right? Yes. Kind of to be expected. That depends on oil, and we're actually not we're actually kind of low on oil over here, but we can do some demand stuff. So if we take that oil, because apparently we have excess somewhere. Oh, I ran out of belts. But if we take that oil and feed it into the system, then we should be pretty good. That's the bloody wrong thing on that belt. So where's all that oil coming from? Oh, there it is. I was like, huh? Where's that coming from? I mean, I assumed it was over here. Wait, so I only set up the supply, I never actually used it for anything? Could that be... Is that correct? Hold up. Because we're doing oil processing in 2 separate locations. No, we're actually demanding it over here too. But it's this facility here is actually not that big in comparison. This one is really long. So the question is, how many of these does that supply with freaking oil now? Seemingly quite a lot. So they need 2 oil every 4 seconds, which is the same as saying belt speed wise 1 oil every 2 seconds, meaning that you can stack 60 of these on one line of belt before you've reached the max capacity for it. There's probably more than that here though. Local remote demand. Alright, that's Stream Raider saying we've got 64 units. Okay, hopefully that's gonna be fine. We have so many epic units here, but holy shit, there's also a lot of bad guys. Defensive buff? Yeah, that's gonna be like everyone in like a second. Definitely Toto. Yikes. How many units even is this that we're gonna be up against? 150 fucking 1. Okay. No biggie. Oh my goodness, someone up in the left corner did a valiant sacrifice. Oh no, boy, you're getting backdoored. Shit. Well, Toto's artillery is still alive, but we lost a lot of DPS in that. Oof. These fights are so hard to call. We've already lost half our force, so has the enemy though. But our support is sitting in the middle of... Oh fuck, we're screwed. We're so fucking screwed. Shoot faster, goddammit! Oh nice, that was a nice hit, Toto. Your artillery just took like out a huge chunk of enemies. Come on, we can still do it, assuming the referees don't cock us. Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on, Toto! No! Come on, that's the support unit. You're gonna be fine, right? Please say you're gonna be fine. Toto! Toto! The fucking referees are just stun locking you. No! Come on! Yes! Yes! Oh my god, that was so fucking dumb. Holy fucking shit. That was not okay. Hey, Anthea's in here getting healer scrolls. Totally get a berserker scroll. And Apocalypse gets 50 gold. I hope you got some tokens as well. Yeah, damn, that was freaking clutch. Literally last unit, I saw you had also like 42 kills or something ridiculous. Oh my god.
Man, what a bunch of jokers.
Exactly. Oh, what a bunch of fucking jokers. God, that was intense though. Right at the end of the stream too. Damn. Damn. Oh well. Let's save this game. Oof. Gonna admit, I think my heart rate went up just a little bit there at the end. Fucking jeez. Fuck. Just fuck. Yeah, I don't think we have any particular interesting things happening in the credits. No. Just a bunch of bots. See you next time, Toto. Let's find someone... someone to go and pester. I know just who to pester. So stick around for the raid, and thanks everyone for dropping by. It's been lovely hanging out with you, and I hope you got some good time with Dyson Sphere Program. And if not, I guess there's always Stream Raiders. Now, again, just as a PSA, and okay, Toto. But as I said earlier this stream, I won't be streaming this weekend, unfortunately. I will try and make it up to you guys on Monday, and hopefully a RimWorld stream by next week sometime. I don't know. Maybe in the weekend, because next week is the last week for me doing this whole job activity program. So we'll see. But anyways, thanks everyone for watching. Stick around for the raid, and I'll see you all next time.